After we transmitted that interview about the Silver Sisterhood and the house where God was worshipped as a woman, we had a number of calls from viewers who suggested the occupant interviewed was in fact a man. Now, we can only take the person interviewed at face value. Since then, the Silver Sisterhood has ceased to be. The occupants of the house here in the fishing village of Burtonport remain the same. And come on inside and we'll show you what they're up to now. Since April the 1st, the House of the Silver Sisterhood has experienced a metamorphosis, and it's now St. Bride's School.
Sing cuckoo, no sing cuckoo.
It's intended to resemble a traditional English boarding school, except here the pupils are old enough to be teachers. The courses offered are for women, ideally in the 20s to mid-30s age bracket, who would like to relive the experience and fun of old-fashioned boarding school life. Gone are the religious practices, the long flowing dresses and the old Rhenish dialect we encountered during our last visit here. Now the occupants wear gym slips and frilly bonnets, and the corridors of this extraordinary house are filled with sounds of a different kind.
Well, there are still members of the Silver Sisterhood living here, of course, but we decided that we wanted to use the resources that this house offers, and especially as it was, as you probably know, once was built to be a hotel, and is in fact two houses in one, a house on the front and a house on the back. And we decided, well, we should run holiday courses here, and we would like to do something unusual, and so we came up with some brides.
Now, the last time I visited you, you were speaking the Rhenish dialect and you were worshipping God as a woman. Has all that changed?
We've never worshipped God as a woman because God is God. We worship God as the mother and her daughter. That has not changed. That's our private beliefs. We don't introduce it into St. Bride's because it's a non-sectarian school. If girls from Ireland come here, they will be free to go to Mass on Sunday. The Protestants come here, they can go, well, their services aren't so regular here, of course, but as people worship, so they may worship.
In its sales brochure, St. Bride's staff suggest modern man lives in a state of quiet desperation. The school here is put forward as an opportunity to start afresh, to undo the knots of a modern upbringing, and to return to the happy exuberance of childhood days. So far, there hasn't been a rush of applicants for the courses. To facilitate our filming, local girls were brought in as extras to help explain the principles of the St. Bride's approach.
I think that the appeal of this holiday can be quite varied, that people can come because it's an unusual holiday, or because it's in a beautiful part of Ireland, or because of the other side of the course, as it were, that they may feel that they've been forced into adulthood too quickly, that they didn't experience the carefree young adolescence, or for a mixture of reasons.
Now, the girls we're filming are actually local girls because the course isn't actually full at the moment.
That's right.
Are you having difficulty attracting people, or are people beginning to come now?
Oh no, people are beginning to come, but you must understand we've only been open for a few weeks. Are the tourists in Donegal yet? They're perhaps coming now. The course is run as a completely traditional girls' boarding school, an old-fashioned kind of boarding school, so that there's classes from 9 till 3 each day, with morning and afternoon breaks and a break for lunch. And the classes include a variety of subjects. Do you want me to say? English, literature, English grammar, mathematics, simple or advanced level, art appreciation, music, singing, calligraphy. A slightly unusual subject where we learn Irish uncial. And then at 3 o'clock, the girls are left to themselves more. They could play in the junior common room, play games, go for walks, play outside, have afternoon tea in their private study, that sort of thing.
Since this house near the seafront in Burtonport reopened as St. Bride's, foreign journalists and film crews have far outnumbered fishermen in the village. They've come from Japanese television, from US television company ABC, from the BBC's 60 Minutes, from The Guardian, the Daily Mail and the Daily Express newspapers. Mind you, few, if any of them, saw the Silver Sisterhood a year beforehand. Some of the publicity has been unkind. Now, you've got lots of publicity, some very good publicity, some bad publicity, suggesting there was almost a gay element to the activities here. How do you feel about that kind of publicity?
Well, it's insidious. I had a personal involvement in a sort of social work kind of capacity, a social interest, 12 years ago when I was a student. There's nothing further than that.
And how do you feel the press is treating you in general? Are they taking you seriously?
More seriously than they started to. The first time I was on 60 Minutes, I thought the interview wasn't taking us too seriously. But on the whole, I think when people have got used to the idea and they see that we're really serious and that the mayor of the Rosses came to the opening and that local people came to the opening, they just understand that Donegal people know we're serious and we know we're serious. And gradually that atmosphere of thinking it can't really be true seems to be fading from the publicity.
Hi ladies.
Good
How are you?
afternoon. Could I have a large fresh chicken, please, Mr.
Yes.
Parrott?
$3.99 ladies.
That's fine.
There we are. Thank you.
Thank you.
There you are. Thank
Goodbye.
you very much. Cheerio.
Good morning, Sophia.
Good morning, Miss Anna.
May I stand on the other? Now I'd like you to walk over to the blackboard and turn around. This morning I'm going to give you a lesson on deportment. Shoulders back, chin down, arms loosely by the sides, feet together, one foot slightly in front of the other, the weight on the back foot. Now I'd like you to take 3 steps and turn around. Again. Shoulders up a bit more. That's right. Now take a deep breath and walk to the blackboard. Take 3 steps and turn around. Feet together. Weight on the back foot. You may go and sit down. Get ready for your next lesson.
you something. It's from the Queen's Resolve and her doubly royal reign of 60 years.
That would be very nice, ma'am.
During one of the earlier visits of the royal family at Balmoral, the late Prince Consort, dressed in a very simple manner, was crossing one of the Scotch lakes in a steamer. He was curious to note everything relating to the management of the vessel, and among other things the cooking. Approaching the galley where a brawny Highlander was attending to the culinary matters, he was attracted by the savoury odours of a compound known by Scotchmen as porridge.
Those ladies, first of all, that piece of film was made in Burtonport and done low during the week. The cameraman was Tony Kernan, and on sound Michael Walsh of RTE's crew for the northwestern area. Now, those ladies call themselves the Victorians. Let us meet two of them and see what they are about. Would you welcome, please, Miss Tyrrell and Miss Rayner? Sit here beside me, Miss Rayner. How do you do? You sit down there, please. And that's Betty Mahmoodi beside you. Yes, take a seat, do. Now, Miss Tyrrell was born in London to a family of teachers, educated in English. This is Miss Tyrrell here at Oxford, and herself taught kindergarten for many years before chucking it all in order to move to Ireland to live what she considers a better way of life. She is the mistress of the house. And Miss Rayner is originally from New Zealand, worked for many years in Australia as a legal secretary, and she too then felt that she would be better suited in the past rather than in the hustle and bustle of the modern world, and her position in the household in Burtonport is that of housekeeper. Now, a lot of people, Miss Tyrrell, will wonder, what are you actually up to in Donegal? What is all this about?
Well, in our house in Burtonport, we live as Victorians. I am the mistress, Miss Rayner's the housekeeper. The other girl that you saw on the film is Sophia, and she's the maid. And there are also other people in the house who are my friends, and we think of ourselves as the family, although we're not related.
Yes. And what is the purpose of this experiment? Why are you living this way in these clothes?
Well, we live this way because we like it, because we have fun dressing in beautiful feminine clothes, because we enjoy listening to records on our wind-up gramophone and different ways that we have of entertaining ourselves. We don't concern ourselves with the present at all. We live in a little world inside our house. We like the beauty of the area we live in, and that one drives through if one's going to Donegal town or somewhere like that. It's a world apart, really, where we are.
When did you buy this big house in Burtonport where you live?
I bought it 6 years ago.
And what year are you living in? Is there a precise year or,
no,
or
there isn't.
An era?
No, there isn't a precise year. The different members of the household actually favour different periods within the Victorian era. Miss Rayner's rather more of a late Victorian, and I'm a very early Victorian. I like being following Queen Victoria's early part of her reign, and enjoy being demure and modest and ladylike. And Miss Linda Tyrrell, who's a distant cousin of mine who lives with me, she favours crinolines. This isn't a crinoline, this is too early for crinolines. You see, underneath dresses such as this, you'd wear many layers of petticoats, but she favours the crinoline area herself.
And is this an escape from the hustle and bustle of the modern world? Is that it?
No, we see it as something much more creative and enjoyable than that. We do very active and full things with our life, and we don't see it as an escape, no.
Hi, Parser people. Happy Tuesday. Happy Text Adventure Tuesday. It is always Tuesday here because what is the schedule? It's 12:19 in my personal time zone, which is like not nighttime. But I really want to play this game in part because there is a sort of book club for text adventures and text-based games that I am a part of that I have not been to in a while, and I want to get back into it. In part because what is this? Why is this happening? Okay. So what do we have here? We have some tunes. We have a game that was covered by Aaron Reed in his 50 Years of Text Games book, and before the book, the sort of newsletter thing that he did. If you want to read that while we're sort of hanging out, this game, Silverwolf, that we'll be playing, was featured. So Silverwolf, if we switch screens, Silverwolf is made by those people that were in those videos. The main person who was speaking, I believe, is the main sort of person with all of this. They were something, and everything that I read confuses me more. Something between a genuine sort of small commune sect to let's have fun and LARP and pretend to be good Victorian ladies, to a very different kind of role play that I think speaks to a lot of people. One thing that I saw that I will not share talked about how a goal of a later version of what they were doing was to let people unleash their inner good girl. I'm also, just personally, really interested in what they said in the first video, where people wrote in and said, "Oh, well, that's not a woman." So it looks like I have that video. If we end up with a break, I will pop that on. You know, obviously these are from the 80s. Sensibilities were different about things. So I do think that there's interest here and something worth looking at. I also think, I don't know. I also think that having looked at some of the walkthroughs and things like that, I think these are themes more than directly a like explicitly queer game, a explicitly I think a lot is made of what's surrounding the creation of these games rather than like what's actually the content of it. That said, for every stream, just housekeeping as always, every stream is a charity stream, especially right now given funding situations in the US. I really suggest that you give to your local community. If you don't know someone in your local community, you can always give to House of Kodak. They are local to my community and do some really, really great work. They help transition age youth who are between houses, and they provide housing, they provide essential services, all sorts of stuff. You'll also notice that my voice is totally blown out. School is back in session, and I really gotta figure out how to speak for long periods of time again. But yeah, let's get to this game. I'm gonna play it legitimately. I have a few walkthroughs and things like that. This is a game that was written in 1987, released in 1992, pretty honestly late in the ZX Spectrum's career, lifespan, whatever word I'm looking for there. These were kind of purchased en masse as bonus discs, or as like bargain bin discs. And there's actually a lot that St. Bride did. They did like 5 or 6, maybe 7 games. And you can check that out in the 50 Years of Text Games article. If we blow through this, I do have one more queued up that I'm really, really curious about. Yeah. So that's a lot of intro, and a lot of scene setting. I'm really, really curious. What is this? What is this? So this is the title screen of Silverwolf. It is running in Fuse, which is a ZX Spectrum emulator that is pretty straightforward. So yeah, let's get started. I'm gonna see how this works. It is supposed to be kind of a pain to run, so let's just see. So this was made in Pause, the professional adventure writing system, basically the successor to processing. Let me look at my notes. I'm sorry. The successor to the Quill. And the Quill was basically the thing that democratized writing adventure games, writing text adventures. The two big things that Pause did was, number one, add graphics, which I think is great. Graphics are something we do love. I do, anyway. But it also limited it from all these different systems, Amstrad, BBC Micro, just to ZX Spectrum and I think the CPC. So cool. Start off with this wonderful portrait, and I think that's our player character. So yeah, we have the lakeshore. The Bulrush fringed lake lies to the north. An island rises fortress-like from the water, its sheer walls of black rock splashed with rusty red. Okay. So Bulrush fringed lake lies to the north. So the lake is to the north. So let's go north. Can we just use north? Yes. Okay. In midstream, a strong current sweeps me towards a whirlpool which sucks me down under the water. Big thing with British adventure games of this time is that they use in opposition to American written games, British adventure games tend to use first-person language, where American games like Zork or whatever use second-person, like you and things like that. I just think that's neat and something that maybe isn't as explored in modern interactive fiction, which, you know, I like exploring. So we've gone underneath the water. We're under the lake. Here graze green sheep on white grass under a liquid turquoise sky. The air is scented with violets. East are some dome... I need to start mapping. I don't know why I didn't to begin with. East are some dome buildings. West, a rocky cave. North, a pillar. And south, an eastern wall. Earthen wall. Did you hear me ripping paper and things like that out of a notebook? Crinkle, crinkle. There we go. So, I love this. We're just walking around underwater. So we have east, west, no north. Oh yes, north and south. So let's start with the wall. Oh, there's more. Oh no, there's not. Going south, a barrier of stone-flecked earth runs along the edge of the fields. Nothing remarkable about the barrier. Is this? Try some other words. Okay, so we're still in exam era. Okay. So there's a barrier. Climb. Barrier. Oh, you can climb. Holy cow. Okay. I climb up too. Back to the lakeshore. Okay, what... What if we go south? We must retrieve the sword before following the others. Interesting. We can... Okay, the lakeshore west. A patch of yellow water lilies lies on the water a few yards from the shore. Get lilies. That is not possible. Examine water lilies. It is covered with little crispy curls, rippled by the light breeze. Sunlight spills from their golden cups. Can you just get sunlight? No. I have a feeling that these water lilies are going to be important later. What if we go west is too marshy. North brings me back to the Underlake. So one of the things that Pause has that I really love is that it's a two-word parser. Two-word parsers really are just doing like the most basic matching. It's not really all that sophisticated, and I kind of love that. It's actually a very good way to do really basic parsing of natural language. So we're back on the lakeshore. We've gone west. Can we go further west? It is too marshy. South. We must retrieve the sword. If we go north, that brings us into the water. What happens if we go east? We're at the lakeshore east. Oh, we have a person. Okay. We have Lakeshore East. Across the lake near the island, a small bay with a beach is visible. Visk is here. Talk, Visk. Visk isn't listening, as usual. Listen. Examine. Try some other words. Okay. What are some other words? Yes, it is. Yeah, this is the last St. Bride's game. This is Silverwolf. I have just started and found out that you can climb up a wall, which very useful. We have Visca. Trying to think what else. So looking. Yeah. It came up in a book club that I'm in, and I finally have spoons to play it at a very weird time. But yeah, no, I'm really fascinated, and I'm fascinated with how a lot of the writing around it is framed about like a lot of the more salacious aspects, and I'm curious how that plays out in the actual game, in the sense of like, okay, is this more the mystical side, and given that there's a little imp or elf or gnome here, I'm assuming that. So Visk isn't listening. Touch Visk? Punch Visk? Alright, well, we'll come back to you. What's further east? Too marshy. South would be we can't go. West would be back to the start. Midstream. So we're back to the Underlake. Here graze green sheep on white grass under a liquid turquoise sky. So we went north into the water. The air is scented with violet. East are some dome buildings. West, a rocky cave. North, a pillar, and south, an earthen wall. So we went south to go back to the wall. If we go to the wall, we can climb the wall to get back. One of the things that I think Pause is really cool about is that you don't necessarily need to have contiguous rooms. You can go north and it goes other places. This is the same as the Quill, and when I was re-implementing the Quill for Witchwood, which is a BBC micro game by Jeff Larson that really got me like interested in this older style of text adventure. But like, one of the things that I found interesting was that like it wasn't contiguous, which actually led to bugs in the original game, or what I read as bugs. Okay, so we can go anywhere from here. Let's go west. Okay, the cave. So we have the sheep, which when I come back, I'm looking at those sheep. A crooked spinner sits by her wheel, crooning to herself. Can't see anything unusual about the wheel. Can't see anything remarkable about the spinner. Take wheel? Can we just take the wheel? No. Oh, whoops. Let's try actually typing. Can't do that. Okay, so we can talk. But I think it's a chew. If I just say talk, does that? Yes. Okay. Let me pull up the walkthrough that I have for later. I just want a map for right now. So we have a spinner with her wheel. Oops. So it's just crooning to herself. Okay, what about north, west, south? Okay, so this is a dead end, but it's a spinner. Okay, so we're at these sheep. I need to examine these sheep. What is going on? Their wool is thick and warm. Can I get a sheep? That is not possible for me. What else is around the sheep? Green sheep, white grass, liquid turquoise sky. I love, as somebody who's really bad at pixel art, I love being like, yeah, I don't know, I had to make it white grass and green sheep because I was running out of colors. That's what they are. Like, there's no apologetics for that, and I kind of love that. Okay, so it seems like examine and search are the same. That's good to know. Can we take wool? I have nothing to cut with. Okay. Interesting. What's east? The fence. Bronze bars as thick as my wrist divide the white fields from the golden dwellings. Okay. Examine bars. Okay, let's keep going east. I can't go that way. Examine dwellings. I cannot see anything unusual. What about north? Okay, north from here seems to lead to the same place as north from everywhere else. A sturdy pillar of silk-smooth stone rises into the watery sky. The island which it supports casts a shadow on the white fields round about. Nothing remarkable. Okay. So there is something wonderful about two-word parsers. There's also the fact that because they're, enthusiast games, sometimes it's hard to find your verbs. The island which it supports, the whole pillar. Can you climb the pillar? Cannot go that way. Swim? That is not possible. Up? Okay. Well, that's fine. What if we go east? We can't go that way. We can't go that way. We can't go that way. Okay. Interesting. So we're back to the sheep. We have the fence. We can't go east. Can we go south? South brings us back to the barrier. We go east from the wall. It looks like this just brings us back and forth. We go north from the wall. That should bring us back to the Underlake. Okay. What if we go west? Same thing. So we have the water lilies, we have the pillar. What are we holding? You're gonna really make me type out all inventory? I'm not carrying anything. Okay. Examine me. Examine self. Okay. Interesting. So we have sheep in the center. We have Visca back up on the shore with some water lilies on the other side. We have a spinner who probably needs wool. We need to get something sharp. There is a fence. Let's take another look at what that fence says. Bronze bars. Take bars. Take bar. I can't do that. Can't go east. North brings us to the pillar. South brings us back to the barrier. So this is a very interesting way, I feel, to like at this point, the language of these games was really already in place. Like, even when this was written, 1987, released in 92. This is well into people understanding the way that these games work. So divide the white field from the golden dwellings. In, enter, jump, cross. As thick as my wrist. Okay. I do like how descriptive, even in being short, it is. I find that really, really fun. I really can't get past this, oops. Nope. I really can't get past this sheep. I'm like very excited for sheep. Yeah. Crooked spinner sits by her wheel. Does this give me... Oh, help, that is not possible for me. Ooh, boy. Okay. So there are... Interesting. So it's more than a 2-word parser, I think. I want to confirm this. That definitely does change sort of my thinking here. Okay, but help is not possible. There's nothing down here. So I did cheat a little. So we're at the cave. Can't go anywhere from the cave. Just because it seems like okay, so we can actually just go up. So examine Bulrush. Examine. Okay. Okay. This is gonna be interesting then. So east we have Visca, so we can say to Visca, come. Say to... I do love when, I do love when walkthroughs are wrong. Oh, whoops. Yeah, just like straight up following the walkthrough and immediately Visca is not listening. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So let me follow this. Oh, it's also not Visca, but Uisce. Uisce? Okay. I'm just following this exactly because yeah. Okay. Interesting. Yeah. Not working at all. Okay, okay. I'm not carrying anything. Can you just take them? You know what? What? I'm now okay. Thank you. Okay. So if I go west, we should have our buddy next to us. Okay. Thank you. Good thinking. Okay. Talk to Visca. Examine Bulrush. So I don't want to follow this exactly, but I'm baffled? I'm baffled at some of these next steps. What happens if I go in the water with me? I cannot swim while carrying Visca. Which I'm gonna stick with because that's a consonant U. Okay. So we can't talk. What if we go west? Why don't we go all the way? We have the patch of yellow water lilies. Examine the shore. I see nothing remarkable. Examine patch. Examine lilies. Sunlight spills from their golden cups. Get lilies. That's not possible for me. So I'm gonna do this because it's the next thing in the walkthrough. This walkthrough is from the Solution Archive Casa. Oops. Become imp. It just says become imp. Yes, I have done that. Okay, what am I missing? How was I... I'm fascinated, but now I have a dagger. Oh, absolutely, like Yoda style in a reverse baby Bjorn. Purely the only way to carry any small creature. Okay. So I now have a sharp thing. Can I drop? Yes, I have done that. Stay. Stay. I cannot swim. Okay. Well, now that I'm an imp, thunder is with me. What's thunder? Okay. Can I examine the island? Nope. I see. Okay. So if... I think thunder might be who I was before. It is a frog. As I'm seeing this, I get it. So there is a lollopy brown frog lurking in the Rushikins. If you see something, I think you can become it. So the imp, I'm gonna do something wild. So we've done a little bit of mapping. I want to restart. And there's, yeah, reset. I want to reset so that I can rethink this entire game. Which may be a little out there, but I think I understand. I think I understand now in a way that I didn't before. So if you see something, maybe, I won't do this again, but maybe you can become that thing. Okay. Part 1, the quest for the sword. We're also missing if there's any, like, instruction booklet or anything like that. So there's actually another set of hints to do other things. Okay. I like this better. Okay. I think I understand this game now. Okay. So like so many yeah, but I will give it away. Become Frog was the next instruction in that walkthrough. There is a different walkthrough from Mokag. So just to cite my sources, we have one walkthrough. We have another walkthrough, and like so many of these, they're all a little different. But now that I understand that mechanic, I'm okay. I don't know how you're supposed to know that. It also, the Mokag one, oy vey. Is there a double quote? There is. I see. Okay. So I'm going to stick with the Mokag one because that gave me more information than anything else. So say to interesting. This is all very interesting and mysterious. So if you see something, let's see, can I become... Yes, I have done that. I have with me a dagger. I wish I knew how you were supposed to learn. So become thunder. And we're back. I wish I knew how you were supposed to learn that. Or like search. Can't search. Oops. Ask. Okay. So we know. Great. So I have a dagger. So let's go take care of the stuff down at the bottom. Oh, okay. Well, it's coming with me. Okay. So we're back to our green sheep. So let's cut the wool. I cut a hank of green wool. Examine the wool. It's a fairly ordinary hank of green wool. Well, all wool is ordinary, I guess, no matter what color it is. What about the dagger? It's edged with the spiral patterns of life and death. So we go west, we have the spinner. Give wool. Can we just get, yeah, okay. She takes the wool, spins and knits it into mittens, then says, "You gave me wool, and here's the wool again. But where is the price of my skill?" Threaten with dagger. Okay. So we need to pay. We need to pay. Cut bar. Cut bars. Okay, that's not possible. That's fine. Cut fence. Examine fence. Great. So that's all very interesting. So if we become Uisce again, ask Thunder for dagger. Okay. Now, when you're a different person, it seems like you have a different point of view and you can examine items differently. There's a lollopy brown frog. Examine frog. It's a fairly ordinary small brown frog. So can I become the frog? Try turn into. Whoa! What? Fine. Frosk! I've turned into a spinny spanky frog. Ask Thunder for dagger. That is not possible for me. That is fine. Ribbit. Okay, no. Croak. Spinny spanky. Okay. So now that I'm a frog, I can see a dagger and a small brown frog. Whoops, I'm turning back into myself. Interesting. The Lakeshore West, a patch of yellow water lilies. Exam lilies. Sunlight spills from their golden cups. Enter lilies? Turn into frog again? I can only turn into living creatures that I can see. Okay. So we go east. I can see a dagger. Give dagger to Thunder. Get dagger. You know what? Just keep it. Just keep it. Okay. Turn into frog. I can only... Okay, so examine the bulrushes. Turn into frog. West as a frog. I mean, yes? Kind of? Okay. So a patch of yellow water lilies lies on the water a few yards from the shore. I'm gonna take your advice. I froggily jump to the sunnish lily pads. I do not know what this accomplishes. The lilies bob and bounce on the shimmering water. Above them hovers a glittering dragonfly. Eat dragonfly? Flick, yum yum. Whoops, I'm turning back into myself. Just time to get to shore. Oh no! Yeah, I'm sorry about ads. I wish I could turn them off completely. Okay, I just ate a bug. That's cool. Get dagger. Give dagger to Thunder. Exam bulrushes. Turn into frog. West. I really love how this lets you fail these little puzzles. Like now that there is the concept of turning into or becoming or whatever. So we can jump. Turn into dragonfly. Oh no, did I just softlock myself? I hope not. What happens if we jump again? I frog-like paddle in the sparklish water. Sparklish. Okay. Can we jump? Wee! What fun! Thunder isn't here. I can only turn into living creatures I can see. Okay. So the... Is this... You're not... Okay, so become is not turn into. Become is switching point of view character. Which is lit up on the screen. Okay. I'm really glad my camera's not on because the faces that I'm making to understand what's going on, but now that I do understand it. So it's not turn into thunder. Donar! I now look like the mighty maid. Hey, alright, so there is some connection here. The mighty maid Thunder. But I'm not actually her, you know. So become Thunder, on the other hand, is switching point of view character. Okay. Yeah. So Thunder is the mighty maid Thunder. And then we have Uisce. The imp. And Uisce can't swim, but Uisce can turn into other creatures that it can see. And Thunder is a maid. Sweep dishes. Okay, no. Just making sure. Great. So we have the dagger. The dagger is... And Visca can be carried. That is true. I'm just processing all these new facts all at once. Okay. Well, here, let's just make sure that this can't happen. So we become Uisce. Can we take Thunder? Whoops, I am turning back into myself. That makes sense, because that's not possible for me. Great. Okay. So I wonder if my statement about being able to retry puzzles over and over again is actually true. So let's try this one more time. Examine the Bulrush. Turn into frog. Jump. Take Lily. Examine the lily. Sunlight spills from their golden cups. Okay. So I think we gotta go one more time. With a reset. But that's fine. One day I will learn how to do save states, and then I will be utterly unstoppable. So I do wish there was an intro screen to give you some context here, but as it stands, I'm okay. So, using the powers of multiple timelines. As for the dagger. Go into the water. Cut wool. You know what? Maybe keep the wool for now. What happens if we go up here? Sturdy pillar of silk smooth stone. Can we now climb the stone? No. Oops. Examine the pillar. Okay. Let's take care of this, since we know what to do. Give wool to the spinner. Where is the price of my skill? I need... Oh, right. So if I become... And then I go west. We've left... Okay. Tell Thunder... Come with me. So, the reason why it's taken me like a split second to get that double quote. Do I need the double quote? Okay, no, I don't. That's good. Making a double quote actually is Control P, which I find interesting. Just because of the way that the ZX Spectrum keyboard is laid out. There's no double quote. It's just another meta key. Okay, so we're together. Green means that's not me. Great. Thunder is with me. Examine Bulrush. Let me just make sure. Examine wall. Nope, okay. Examine Bulrush. It should really be the first 4 letters. I probably don't need to type it all the way out. So, turn into frog. West. Jump to the lily pads. Above them hovers a glittering dragonfly. Turn into dragonfly. A dragonfly am I. Fluja. Floiga? I'm not sure. Okay, so let's go north. Okay, hovering a few inches above the water, I dart and flash. We're at the beach. Okay. My brain. Okay, amazing. The beach of the bay lies in the shadow of towering cliffs, and a little trickle of water runs across the sand. I can see a sand castle.
Thanks for the follow, but...
So north, this is actually the lilies. Turn into dragonfly. Go north. That's the beach. Beach of the bay lies in the shadow of towering cliffs, and a little trickle of water runs across the sand. Can I go north? Whoops, I'm turning back into myself. Going north is the fissure. Oh shucks, thank you for the follow. Hopefully that popped up, but if it didn't, that's fine too. Water seeps through a narrow crack into an overflowing pool. Here, the rock is more broken and seems climbable. I can see a carp floating upside down. I can see a carp. Get carp. I now have a dead... Oh, it's a dead carp. I probably should not turn into the carp. Or maybe I should later, but now is not the time to be a dead carp, I think. Okay. I don't necessarily... I want to explore more. So we had the beach. Can't go east. Can't go west. Don't necessarily... I can't go south. Okay. So that is a one-way ticket. That is a one-way ticket. Okay. I wonder if turning into the carp is like how you swim. Okay, so examine the sand castle. I can see sand fairies on the battlements. Examine the fairies. They are smaller than mice and twice as perky. Interesting. Turn into fairies. Yes, I have done that. Okay, talk to fairies. Examine sandcastle. Examine battlements? Oops. Well, you can see that 4 letters being the thing, as I mistype. Okay. Well, interesting. I wish there was something that told you what you were at any given time. I can see a dead carp because when I turn into the ferry, I drop the carp. Get carp. Get sandcastle? There were small cracks in the fissure. Okay. Turn into ferry. North. Enter crack. That is not possible for me. Darn. Okay. I do require my fish, though. Please get... Please, it's my emotional support fish. Can't go west, can't go east. That's fine. Climb. Ugh, puff. I cannot climb very far without help. I am too small. Interesting. Examine the water. It's covered with little crispy curls, rippled by the light breeze. Examine the trickle. There is a fissure in the cliff where the stream runs out. Examine self. No, you can't. I don't think so. Examine self, examine me. Usually those are the ones that I've seen, but I'm also not very well versed in the like standard language of the quill or PAW. Interesting. Okay. I'm going to test out something. So, can I become thunder from far away? Okay. Yes, we can. Oh, boy. This is a really... This is more complicated than I expected it to be in a really positive way. This is an interesting way. Yeah, well, thanks for stopping by. This is an interesting way to conceive of a game. Weirdly enough, it reminds me of Suspended, which is maybe the text adventure that I suggest the most that I will never get anywhere close to beating. Just as a general thing, I do, unless it's like just an utter failure of a stream, which I've had a few of. I do save all my VODs, and the ones that are games that I complete or of particular interest do go up on YouTube, which does give a slightly different, up to you if it's better, captioning experience. So, okay. So I didn't mean to, but this is why I don't like using walkthroughs, is that I am the kind of person who will absolutely read a walkthrough and then not be able to not read it, and not be able to forget things. But there is a payment that I can give to the spinner for the wool. So give dagger. She is delighted with the dagger. I hope Uisce won't mind. Examine mittens. It is a fairly ordinary pair of mittens. So I need wear mittens? I'm now wearing them. So it did say that the maid was a very mighty maid. I wonder if a mighty maid can bend bars. I bend the bars enough to pass through. This is a lot of a game, but a bar as thick as my wrist, and I can bend them. Okay. I understand. So we're now... We're now at the court. Round houses covered with gold lie north, east, and south. So north is the tree. In the center stands a tree of ice with the roots stretching down to the frozen lands below the earth. Silver bees buzz to and fro, gathering nectar from the snowy blossoms. Silver bees, nectar. Okay. That's a whole new area. I think... Turned into a dead fish? Not me. Okay. So there's got to be a way to get thunder to the beach. Oh, whoops. Become thunder. Two different verbs. There's got to be a way to get thunder to the beach. Silver bees buzz to and fro, gathering nectar. In the center stands a tree of ice. Let's look harder at this tree. From the branches hangs a glass hive. Get hive. It is too firmly attached. Well, if I had a knife, maybe I could take it off. But that's okay. This is certainly not afraid to softlock you. That's for sure. So to the east, so I went south back to the main court. To the east is the head. On the wall is a huge carved head. Its eyes blink open. And it says, "Bring me food or drink and I will tell you something." The head has a sly look. I'm so curious how this was packaged. Like one of the things that I've learned about, especially like microcomputer games, is that it's so important to have the manual, because you know space was an issue putting in a what's the word? Putting in like even a help would have been a serious amount of space, and especially for something with graphics and, you know, relatively complex mechanics and saving where somebody is, all of these kinds of things. I think it's understandable, but it's also in 2025 now. You're like, well, what exactly am I doing? Okay. Bring me food or drink. Oops. So I can't go east. I just want to make sure, just mapping. Okay, food or drink to the head. And then south is the moths. Huge moon-colored moths hang from indigo walls. Red-hot coals glow in a marble hearth. Salmon coals? Get a coal? Okay. Examine the hearth? I find a beeswax taper. It's a fairly ordinary beeswax taper. The moth's pale wings have purple shadows in the shape of eyes. So I'm not... Okay. I'm forever being like, I don't know what I'm doing. And that's okay. Bring me food or drink. Well, there's a dead carp. I wonder if I'm a fairy, if I can fly upwards. So we can just switch between them as we have ideas, which I enjoy personally. Oops, turn into fairy. North. Up. I have no wings? What kind of... Okay, fine. Climb. I cannot climb very far without help. I am too small. Jump. I can jump, and it's fun. I'm not carrying anything. Examining, whoops. The crack, the fissure. Examine the water. Water seeps through a narrow crack in an overflowing pool. Examine the pool? Down? Examine the rock. So there's a tree as well, and I think I can cut. So if I don't give it away, I think I can cut the beehive down. And I need food. So can we just go down? No. Get this carp. Oops. No, I do not. Grow. No, try some other words. Turn into something bigger. Examine the fairy. Turn into fairy. Enter sandcastle. Okay, enter sandcastle. So, I just get so excited with this stuff. And I like that there is this sense of okay, I can see a sand spear. Get spear. Bored-looking fairy soldiers are marching up and down. I can see a sand spear. It's a fairly ordinary sand spear. So it's almost like you get this opportunity. I'm just not sure. Okay, can't go north, can't go east, can't go west, can't go south. Can we go up? I have no wings. Down, I cannot go that way. Examine the soldiers. They're smaller than mice and twice as perky. They're marching up and down. What about march? Leave. Giving back what I'm carrying and say goodbye to the soldiers. Enter sandcastle. Get spear. So what does this spear? It's a fairly ordinary sand spear. Ask soldiers? They can tell me nothing. Well, thank you. Talk. I receive no answer. Talk to soldier. They can tell me nothing. There's a sand spear here that I can't take out. Wield spear. Did I spell that right? I really hate use, but no. This even, well, that's part 2 anyway. So I have the right idea, which is that I need to fight. I enjoy a spirited battle with the willing soldiers. Honors equal. They invite me into their guard room. The guard room is neat and cheerful and filled with jolly soldiers. I can see a set of sand pipes and a pile of sandwiches. We have food. We have pipes. Get pipes. Get sandwich. Which, very funny. So at this point, we have maids, we have witches of a sort, we have fairies, and we have moths. Okay, so examine the pipes. A splendid set of sand pipes. Examine the sand. Okay, nothing interesting about the sandwich. Play pipes. I play the pipes and jump out of my skin at the appalling noise. The soldiers clap their hands over their ears and fall about groaning. The captain of the guard bursts in. What's all this racket? Why, bless my booties, it's a metamorph. Just who we need. There's a whacking great what's-it in the moat. Be a good chap and yank it out for us. Later, will you? Much obliged. A whacking great what's-it? Okay, yes. I will do so. Eat sandwich. It tastes sandwich. Sandy. Get sandwich. Get sandwich. I now have another sandwich. Good. Excellent. Okay. Can't go east, can't go north, can't go west, can't go south. Play the pipes. Oh. Once was sufficient. What's it? Okay. So at this point, giving back what I'm carrying, I say goodbye to the soldiers and run back down to the beach. I can see a dead carp, so the sandcastle towers above me. Okay, get carp. Drop carp. Examine the moat. I uncover a half-buried key. Okay. I can see a dead carp. So there's a key. Okay. Turn into ferry. So maybe I have to go back in. Enter castle. Oops. Play the pipes again. Once was sufficient. Okay, no. You go up. I have no wings. So I have this key and this carp. Okay. So I found... Yeah, okay. Okay, so become... Become thunder again. I've done everything that I can over here for now. On a wall is a huge carved head, so that's the head, but we don't have any food. So if we go south, huge moon-colored moths hang from indigo walls. Red-hot coals glow in a marble hearth. Light taper. The moths flutter restlessly, and the rustle of their wings quenches the flame. As I settle anew, I notice a niche in the wall. Enter niche. Examine niche. In the niche is a rosewood mazer. Get mazer. I now have the rosewood mazer. Okay, that's a new word on me. A mazer is a large drinking bowl, originally of hardwood. It's brimming with silver moonshine. Okay. I wonder if I give Mazer. Ugh, too bitter. Okay, fine. There's a tree. I wonder if moonshine would help. Give Mazer. That is not possible. Examine the tree. From the branches hangs a glass hive. I see a tiny spring door. I try, but my fingers are frozen. Oh, because it's ice. I see. Remove mittens? I'm not wearing... Okay, so wear mittens. Open door. I find a honeycomb. The honeycomb is dripping with golden sweetness. Sweetness? I know who's looking for sweetness. Give honeycomb. Ah, too sweet. Okay. Okay. Too sweet. Not sweet enough. Put honey in Mazer. Give Mazer. Excellent. To reach the island, tap the floor here softly. Tap floor. Oh my gosh, come on, typing. Examine floor. To reach the island, tap the floor here softly. Tap softly? Touch floor. Hit floor. Okay. The head, bring me food or drink. So if I give the Mazer again. To reach the island, tap the floor here softly. What if it means at the pillar? Tap pillar, tap floor. Yeah, tap. Tap? Tap. Boy, is it hard to, Get a taper. Okay. Hug a sheep. That's fine. Tap floor softly. Haha, fooled you. Head? Head, we were friends. No. Oops. Tap floor softly. That's so rude. Okay. Well, west, south. Enter niche? That is not possible for me. Light taper. Oh, okay. As I settle anew, I notice another niche in the wall. So, I've been like all about the design of this game, you know, of the era stuff. Like, there's probably instructions somewhere that is not archived, and you know, just kind of the inflexibility of it aside, this is a little much to do the same thing twice. That is like my one big pet peeve in any like puzzle game or something like that, for it to be like you did the thing and it's not going to tell you that you unlocked if you do the exact same thing again in a different spot. Like even with a lot of the things, and this is really common with of the era text adventures and things like that. Doesn't mean that it doesn't stink. And it's not meant to artificially do things, but that's okay. One thing that I do want to come back to, because definitely looking at the like stuff that we looked at early on in the you know, these two clips, and I've got one more if we want to take a $5 at some point. So I'm wondering a few things. And I think the biggest thing that I'm wondering is how much this played into like sort of the mythology that Saint Brides or any of the various versions of it, you know, the Donegals or you know, all of them. It's one of those things where I'm like curious if this would have made more sense reading that stuff or having it more available. I looked at one of the websites of the later versions of this, and it was very mystical in a way that was above my mystical knowledge. I can identify it as mystical and be like, that's that. So speaking of all that kind of like mythology stuff, we've entered this niche, another niche coming from the moth room, and we've entered the tapestry room. The passage ends in a silken chamber lined with tapestries. a shimmering in the air, becomes a silver maiden holding out a sprig of honesty. I am the Lady of the Lake, she says. I pray to you, free my sister, who is imprisoned on the island. Her image ripples and fades, and the scent of violets fills the room. You can see a sprig of dried honesty pods. What are honesty pods? Inside the translucent pods are some black seeds. Let's look at these tapestries. Golden fishes swim amid silvery weed. It is a money plant. Just a generic plant. I mean, truly, if a plant asks me a question, I think I would be bound to enter it. Okay. So I figure now that I have honesty pods, I can go east and give pods. Give pod. Give honesty. Ah, yeah. Give sprig. Thank you. Let's try this one. No, please. I do not have a no backseating policy. I am wretched at any and all puzzles. I have not played these games, and I try to avoid the walkthrough. Like, I have multiple walkthroughs up because I do want to get through these games. But in general, I try to avoid walkthroughs, so I am always very happy to get hints and ideas and reminders that it's called a sprig. Okay, no. Am I in the right spot? Is that the problem? Am I not at the head? I am at the head. Okay, sprig is too hard. Put sprig in what was that called? Put sprig in mazer, and that is rosewood. Yes, okay. I've put the sprig of dried honesty pods into the mazer. Oh, down? Oh, Okay. Nope. Good try. Who else do we need to be honest? What are honesty pods anyway? Drink? The mazer is delicious. Maybe a third time. Yeah, I know what you mean. So we're all the way back to... So it's this pillar. I'm just looking at all the things on here on my personal map to be like, what else could we do? We've done the food or drink. We've cut the wool. The wool gave us the mittens. The mittens let us open the door in the tree. Okay. Wait, where am I at this point? If I can't go west, here we are. So we have the fence. Can't climb. Shake, sprig, break. Whoops. Break, sprig. Hit. Pillar. Okay, now. What am I missing? Okay. Yep. So we needed to open the pods. And then, so examine the seeds. Put seeds in Mazer. Now we can go and give it to the head. So we needed to open the pods first, which makes sense. One of the things that I do struggle with, especially these older games, for sure, is like understanding what can be done in certain situations. So like opening the pods in this case makes sense. It tells you something's inside there. The verb to undo that is open it. I get it. But it was like, well, I used a bunch of other words to try to mean that. Now it's too bitter again. Now wait a minute. Bitter but refreshing. So do I just need to go and get more? Wear mittens. I'm already wearing open door. So the honesty potion is now made. Give Mazer. Rub the pillar moonwise. Rub pillar moonwise. The stone melts, revealing a rock chimney. It is very tight. I shall have to leave everything behind. I cannot go. I do love this idea too of like, we can't take this with us. I think it also really helps with like inventory stuff. I climb up to, is it the beach? The valley. Rub pillar moonwise. This tiny valley is shadowed by a hillock to the west. The damp grass is starred with blue flowers as delicate as butterflies. Paths lead south and east. There is a holly hedge to the north. Can't go that way. Great. It looks impenetrable. Okay. The hedge is impenetrable. If we go south, where does that lead us? The cliff pasture. More animals. Oh my gosh! I can hear Uisce calling. Our friend. It's been so long. Rough grass covers the cliff top overlooking the lake. A worn trail leads north, and to the west is a hazel grove. The cliff is climbable here. I can hear Uisce calling. I don't want to deal with him yet. The grove, slender hazel trees cast flickering shadows on the sylvan floor. Examine tree. I cannot see anything unusual. Examine shadows? Okay. A worn trail leads north, and to the west is a hazel grove. East doesn't go anywhere. South is the cliff edge. I assume down will take us to the fissure? What else do we have? West from the valley. It's the perch. On a hillock rise 3 dead trees, hung with silver bells. Feathery clouds soar overhead. The bells are encrusted with diamonds. Oops. As the silver bells peel out, the clouds over the sun splinter into a host of silvery white birds. The sky explodes into an unbearable brilliance as they drop shimmering towards the ground. A little brown man rushes up the hill, hot and flustered, casting crumbs from a wicker basket for the birds. Fixing me with a venomous stare, he stalks off, muttering under his breath. Okay, we can still go west, which is the flower field. A field of bright flowers runs from cliff to cliff. Beyond it can be seen a shadowy palace with gleaming spires. A haze of golden pollen lies over the whole field. Okay. Examine pollen. Examine flowers. Alright, what if we keep going west? I'm amidst the flowers. The pollen is making me sleepy. I must just rest a second. Thunder is asleep. Thunder, I've killed Thunder. I've killed Thunder. Okay, well, I don't know what to do about that. Maybe I should have used... Oh my gosh. I'm gonna have to restart, aren't I? I think the tower. Whoa! Shout! The tower is asleep. Oh no! How do I wake up? What do I do? I don't know if I can. Okay. Wake thunder? That is not possible for me. Oh no. Is there saving? Well, there is. Oh no. Alright, well that's good to know that there's saving. I didn't expect that. Well, that's fine. Okay. We're gonna have a pretty clean run then. And that's all right. All right. Reset. That's fine. That's all right. I'm not mad. This is actually, whoops. This is actually genuinely very cool. Now that I understand the way that this game works, which is slightly baffling. So things we have learned. We have learned this entire section up to the dragonfly. We have also learned that as long as I have Uisce, can I become Uisce just from the start? I never have to talk to Uisce. Oh wait, no, I do. Okay, hang on. Give dagger. But because of the way that this is designed, because of the way that there's like two separate adventures going on. We have Uisce and we have Thunder. So now that I'm Thunder, I can go north. In midstream, a strong current sweeps me towards the lake, where there's these wonderful, wonderful sheep, which we can cut the wool. We can go west. We can give the wool to the spinner, who's going to ask for something else. The only thing that we have is the dagger. We can then go east. Go east again to this fence. So the fence has bronze bars as thick as my wrist. Because I am Thunder, the strongest maid ever, I can bend bronze bars as thick as my wrist. I bend the bars enough to get through. I go to the court. I go down to the moths. And I examine the moths. And they're very cool. That's not what I'm looking for. I wear the mittens. I examine the tree. I examine the hive. I open the door. I get honey. I go south. I go east. On the wall is a huge curved head. Where did I get the taper? I think that taper... Oh, yeah, absolutely. Thank you for hanging out. Please enjoy teaching. I am avoiding grading homework right now. So I definitely understand. So I examine the hearth, find the beeswax taper, I light the taper, I notice the niche, I examine the niche. It's a rosewood mazer, I get the mazer. I light the taper again. I examine the niche. The niche leads into a winding passage. I enter the niche. We meet the Lady of the Lake. I pray you free my sister who is imprisoned on the island. I get the pods. I open... Can I open the sprig? Yeah. Put seeds in mazer. Put honey in mazer. We leave. We go north. We go east. We give the mazer. To reach the island, rub the pillar moonwise. I wonder if any of that's necessary. I'm not going to test that right now, but it would be very funny if you don't need to do any of that, and through the knowledge of the multiplicity of universes, one can just speed run, skip this entire section. Rub the pillar moonwise. The stone melts, revealing a rock chimney. Remove the mittens. Drop all. I climb up to the valley. Let's become Uisce. So the Bulrush fringed lake. Examine the Bulrush. Turn into frog. Go west. Jump to the water lilies. Become, do not eat, become the dragonfly. Oh, let's turn into dragonfly. I can see a sand castle. Examine the castle. There are sand fairies. Turn into fairies. Enter the castle. Take spear. Fight. This sandwich pun gets me so bad. Get pipes. Play the pipes. Leave. Examine the moat. Get key. Go north to the fissure, and we have to wait. So we go back. Oh wait, I don't have my carp. I need my carp. Where carp? Where is my dead fish? Get carp. Become thunder. Actually, what happens if I shout from here? I receive no answer. become thunder. So now that I'm in the valley, I want to go south. I can hear Uisce calling. Shout. I receive no answer. Climb. Let's do down. Let's just get Uisce. Uisce is here. Take Uisce. Go up. I help Uisce climb the cliff. Rough grass covers the cliff. Uisce is with me. I can hear a low buzzing noise, like a hive of bees, yet somehow harsher. Dost hear? The imp cries. That shudderous buzz. It can only be, she gulps, the swarm. A black shadow falls across the ground. The sky is thick with descending insectile forms. The dreaded swarm, born of black alchemy in the decadence of Kyre. I don't know if that save actually works, but I'll take it. The swarm relentlessly pursue us wherever we go. Examine the swarm. I cannot see anything unusual. So what if we go west? Oh, that was east. Oh no, west is the grove, slender hazel trees. This doesn't help us. This is not where I want to be because I want to go to the bells. The valley, the bells, and then with all the birds that show up. No, it kills us. Ah! Ah! Okay. Become thunder. Oh no, okay. So it doesn't... Okay. Alright, restart. Hard reset, yes. Just a hard reset. Alright. Speed run time. Let's see if our speedrun tactics can work. I would love that. That would be hilarious. Rub, pillar, moonwise. Speedrun tactics. Great. You can just rub the thing. Okay. So we go south. I wonder how much we can do. See, now I'm curious. How much can we do as the cliff is climbable here? Down. The fissure. Get carp. How much is speed runnable? Examine the moat. Oh, I see. Well, that's fine. That's very cool. All right. So yet again, interesting little bits of how is this coded. So it seems like you at least have to be Uisce to see the thing in the moat. That's not the first thing, because this Bulrush isn't examinable by thunder. Turn into dragonfly? Fluja! A dragonfly, am I? Okay. Yeah, so we have to become a fairy at least. Turn into fairy. Yeah. What happens if we fight without the spear? They are armed. I need a weapon. Get pipes. Play pipes. Examine the moat. Get key. Give key to thunder. Become thunder. Take Uisce. North. Climb. So hopefully that actually saves where I'm at. So I want to go north to the valley. I want to go west to the bells. I want to ring bells. So as the silver bells peel out, the clouds over the sun splinter into a host of silvery white birds. The sky explodes into an unbearable brilliance as they drop shimmering towards the ground. The sight strikes terror into the light-hating swarm, who, as one, shriek and cower and flee. A little brown man rushes up the hill, hot and flustered, casting crumbs from a wicker basket for the birds. Fixing me with a venomous stare, he stalks off, muttering under his breath. So we've dealt with the swarm. I believe. We'll see. Yes. So now I can go east with impunity. This is the causeway. I'm not going to mess around with the flowers to the west. I don't know if the trees to the south and to the west. Are the right thing. So we have the causeway. The shingle causeway divides into a narrow path leading north and a wider one leading east to a gate in the tall brushwood hedge. Uisce is with me. I can see a brown shell creeping north. It's a tortoise. We'll come back to that. It's too marshy to go south. The gate is locked. The Tortoise Colony. Oh no. On a patch of rough ground against a cliff, countless tortoises are moving to and fro. A shingle path leads south. Uisce is with me. Suddenly, with a noise like a thunder crack, an enormous boulder crashes down, crushing a few unfortunate tortoises as it lands. examine the boulder. See nothing remarkable. Become Uisce. Turn into Tortoise. North. Okay. Well, that's fine. Become Thunder. Unlock the gate. There we go. Yes, I have done that. And we can go east. So this is Gonsteth. A dry stone cottage thatched with hair of many colors crouches on a grassy headland overlooking the lake. A thin stream of black and greasy smoke pours from the stumpy chimney stack. Uisce is with me. I can see a gray-faced giant with scarlet hands. Ha ha, he laughs madly. Fresh meat for the pantry, fresh thatch for the roof. He advances threateningly. Give carp. We give the dead... Oh, damn it. Just giving this dead fish to each other. Turn into Tortoise. Jrook! Fight. Fight? Fight? Little me? Turn into Thunder. Whoops. Become Thunder. That is a confusing difference, but I get it. Take fish. Give carp. Examine Tortoise. Examine boulder. Countless tortoises. A shingle path leads south. Okay, so I think I need to pick a flower somehow. So we have the bells. Become Uisce. A field of bright flowers. Thunder is with me. Okay, that's fine. Beyond it can be seen a shadowy palace with gleaming spires. Pick flower. That way lies off the cliff edge. That way lies off the cliff edge. Amidst the flowers, I must rest for a second. Become Thunder. Wake Uisce. Okay. Maybe Maybe I become the tortoise. 3 is pretty far, but that's okay. 4 is really far. Into tortoise. That way lies the cliff edge, that way lies the cliff edge, that way lies the cliff edge. So it doesn't let you turn into anything if you're going the right direction. So 1, 2, nope, I'm turning back into myself. Okay. What if... So we become thunder. We pick up Uisce. We go east. Oh! Something new. Slender hazel trees cast flickering shadows on the sylvan floor. Tap, tap. A woodpecker is pecking at some bark. Tap. Tap on bark. Tap bark. Turn into woodpecker. Whoop-de-whoop. Guess what? Tap. No. Turn into woodpecker. Tap on bark. I find a few bugs. Yum yum. Second, two bugs eaten. Okay. I can see an untidy squirrel's dray in the fork of a tree. Become squirrel. Now I'm bright-eyed and bushy-tail. Enter the dray. There are some baby squirrelkins squeaking in a corner. I can see a golden hazelnut. Get nut. Examine squirrelkins. I can't see anything. That's fine. Examine baby. Get baby. Take baby. Okay. Leave. Okay. So we have a hazelnut. We have a hazelnut and a carp. Okay. Nope, that's still the flower field. We are not messing with that. That's the grove. Oh, okay. So the grove, if you go west... The bells lead you to the poppies, but if you go from the poppies east, you get to the grove. So we have a hazelnut and a fish. Yeah, the valley. Oh gosh, I've lost my friend. Become thunder. 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 Thunder's in the grove still. Wait. Okay. Become woodpecker. Turn into wood. Turn into woodpecker. Turn into woodpecker. Examine woodpecker. Take knot. Okay, let's team back up because I feel like I've lost thunder. Okay. Golden hazelnut. It's a perfect imitation except for a hairline crack around the middle. What if I give the nut? That's not possible for me. Offer nut. Okay. What about chew tortoises? So I have a fish, a key. That's the key. I mean, the woodpecker has to be something. I am looking at this map because it's given me the best information so far. We've done a lot, actually. If I can find more maps like this... Oh, hey, 2024. Wild. If I can find more maps like this, I will stick with them because this gives me hints without telling me how to do it, which good. Okay. I think there are many things that I can do from here. So I do want to... I mean, can I just take a tortoise? It isn't safe. These shells exude an indelible scarlet dye. Okay. Neat. Tell Uisce, follow me. Okay. Become Uisce. Turn into tortoise. So tortoises against a cliff. On a patch of rough ground against a cliff, countless tortoises are moving to and fro. So become thunder. Can I examine the cliff? Can I push boulder? It's too heavy. I can become the giant. Become Uisce, turn into giant. What? It would be stark folly to assume so depraved a form, but I could do so much as a giant. Okay. Maybe, if not one, then two of us can. Turn into thunder. Push boulder. As we both push, it finally moves, revealing a hole. Enter hole. I'm too big. Turn into tortoise. Enter hole. The tiny opening leads into a quiet, warm space, which is quite perfect for a tortoise's hibernating hole. It extends further to the west. Enter hole. It goes west. It goes west again. The chamber. The tunnel opens into a small chamber with a mossy floor. A faint light and the smell of smoke enter through a small hole in the roof. I can see a crystal vial. Now I have the crystal vial. The sealed crystal vial contains green oil. Give vial to thunder. Pour vial on fish. Pour vial on nut. Drink vial. Examine the vial. The sealed crystal vial contains green oil. Interesting. Okay. So I really love how these puzzles are like self-contained. So we have the poppies. I don't know what to do about that. Ring bell. Ring bell. Follow man. I follow him through a secret entrance in the holly hedge. It's the willow cot. Inside the holly ring sits a tiny house made of living willow, twisted into a homely shape. Beside a smoldering fire sits the brown man, kneading some dough in a pot and grumbling to himself. Give file. the brown man exclaims, "Ha! Essence of Acerabaka! Very rare. I lost it months ago. Here, this might be useful." He pulls a bag out of his pocket and gives it to me. Give nut? Okay. Examine the bag. It's filled with sweet herbs and has ties dangling from the corners. Take herbs? Open bag. Tie bag. Wear bag. How can I wear a triangular linen bag? Tie bag around me. I have with me a golden hazelnut. Okay, so I does work. What the heck? A golden hazelnut, a triangular linen bag, a dead carp, and a key. Wear bag over mouth? Cover mouth. Cover mouth with bag. Oops. Cover mouth with bag. Let's try that again. That's not possible for me. Okay. Okay, so examine the bag. What if I give the bag to Uisce? Oh wait, where the heck is Uisce? Become Uisce. Dude, where did you go? You're still a effing tortoise. Come on. South. West. Ask for bag. Wear bag. How can I wear a triangular linen bag? What does that mean? That's not, you can't wear this. Because, like, become thunder. Wear fish. No, okay. That is you can't wear this. What am I supposed, search bag? Wait. Did that just say I cannot, I'm not wearing, I'm not carrying. Okay. It's filled with sweet herbs and has ties dangling from the corners. Tie bag around neck. Tie bag. Wrap bag. I see. So, tie bag over face. Tie bag over nose. Pick up Uisce. Tie bag over nose is so specific. I get what it's saying. I get what it's doing. That said, so if we go deep, now we can go west into the plain. Tie bag over nose. And like being specific is such a British text adventure thing. Like Magnetic Scrolls is kind of like the thing for this kind of like half graphical adventure. And their parser sold itself on its ability to be really complicated. Like I think there are solutions that are like 16 words long, which is cool, but you know, it has its problems. Nearby, in the center of the grassy plains, stands a circle of wooden pillars. Hovering far above it on a tissue of mist is a milk-white palace with towering spires. Okay. So what direction can I go now? In the center of a grassy plain. So examine pillars. Cannot see anything unusual. Tap pillar? That way lies the cliff edge, that way lies the cliff edge, every way lies the cliff edge. So we have these pillars. Hovering far above it on a tissue of mist is a milk-white palace. So can we climb? So I still have this fish and this nut. And I still have this... So... Okay. Okay. I'm still not... Okay. So we have the herbs. Stands a circle of wooden pillars. Hello, French Toast. Welcome to the wonderful world of Silverwolf. This is a game by very strange developers. They were a kind of well, I will just leave this link and you can read all about them. So they were created by St. Bride's School, which was a adult fantasy camp of a school in the late 80s or in the 80s and early 90s. There's other stuff involved. And I think when we take a break in a little bit, I'm going to show off one more of these archive videos. That's kind of short, but I think it gives us a lot of information. This apparently was a theme of Britain at the time, which I find interesting. There's a whole lot like this, and I think it's worth it. Okay. So I have a circle of wooden pillars. I just don't know. And whatever, we can wake Uisce up. So we have this, we have this. The only thing left, unless I'm missing something, the only thing left is whatever's going on with those pillars. And this and this giant. Fresh meat for the pantry, fresh thatch for the roof. Ask giant about Tortoise. Examine hands. Examine giant. Ugh, too hard. Give nut to giant. No. Ask for nut. So it's not about giving him anything. That way lies the cliff edge. That way lies the cliff edge. Okay, we'll get axe. Enter? Apparently you can just enter? This is why I don't love having, walkthroughs and hints. Because I don't know if you're supposed to do that, because we did show that you can skip large parts of this game, if you know what to do. So, okay, the Giant's Den. The lair of a wild beast could not compare in filth and wretchedness to this foul cot, strewn with half-chewed bones, empty tortoise shells, and rotting straw. Examine the cot. Examine the bones. Examine the axe? It's a fairly ordinary bronze axe. Examine the shell. Okay. Well, west. He just... okay. Fight. I'd throw him easily, but he rises from the ground seemingly filled with new energy and vigor. How are you supposed to deal with this? It doesn't even say. Come on. You lie. You have to lie. Where's the axe? Examine the nut. It's perfect imitation except for a hairline crack round the middle. Okay. No. Where? Fight giant. Throw him into the lake? Wait, what? So you can throw the giant. Obviously, you can throw the giant. Throw giant into lake. What? Baffled. I throw him into the lake, deprived of the life-giving energies of the earth. He floats half-conscious on the water. Is there... So you would enter... and then exit or leave. Okay. Whatever. I have an axe. The only thing that I can do... So we go west. Whiska's gonna fall asleep. That's fine. A circle of wooden pillars. So, this nut. This is a good example of a bad description in a modern context, and all of this stuff is referenced in a modern context, unfortunately. But it is... I wonder if twist works. Yeah. So you twist the nut because it's got a hairline crack. A breath of mist rising from the nut becomes a golden maiden. I am the lady of the sky. Bring light into darkness to end your quest. Farewell. She melts into the sunlight. Bring light into darkness to end your quest. Cut pillar. That is not possible for me. Oh! I can feel something lumpy inside the carp. Well, cut carp. I find a ring of carved amber. Wear ring. I'm now wearing the ring of carved amber. Get carp. Ugh, too hard. Okay. So, yeah. I'll wake up Whiskey in a minute. And I'm sorry that I'm ending this on just following like a hints file, but this is a bit baffling. So we're at the Grove. And so it says to go west and east until there's a, nope, not the flower field. Until, there we go, until there's a woodpecker. Become Whiska. Turn into woodpecker. Typing too fast. Turn into woodpecker. Tap tree. I find a few bugs. What? It only happens in the south of the perch location. Turn into woodpecker. South. No. No, come on. So we have that. So I'm bouncing between a number of different walkthroughs because they're all saying relatively different things. Like this one's not even saying, oh wait, turn into woodpecker. Examine tree. Okay. I see. South of the perch. So we just go west and east because it's a random thing. This is very like microcomputer. It's fine. It's normal. This is just how it is. This is also stuff, so again, my main experience, and I'm gonna do this again. My main experience is Witchwood, which is the Quill game made for the BBC Micro, and other Jeff Larson games. And a lot of the Jeff Larson games, which if you don't want to play a BBC Micro game, I have a re-implementation of it in Inform. But like, I would just say that like, this is common. They were playing with all these like, cool, I learned how to do this thing. And one of the things is like, oh, well, this is random. Well, okay, but like, at some point, and like a little confusing kind of method here. Maybe I have to be thunder. There we go. Turn into woodpecker. Examine tree. Turn into woodpecker. This is not great. Okay. Turn into woodpecker. North. Examine tree. Tap tree. Part of the bark falls away, revealing something shiny inside. Examine tree. There's a red scarf caught in the tree. Become thunder. Wear scarf. Get scarf. Examine scarf. Wear scarf. Get Uisce. Go west. Go west again. I can see a dead carp. Wake Uisce. Enter circle. Okay, enter circle from the pillar. On a white disc of stone at the center is inscribed, "Let twin shadows fall, and the path to the palace will be opened." Examine scarf. It's a silk scarf. Examine ring. Bears the image of a boar's head. Rub ring with scarf. The sparkling from the ring makes my hand tingle. Look again. On a white disc of stone at the center, let twin shadows fall. So if we go north, we're back at the plain, nearby in the grassy plain, hovering far above it. I see. Give ring. Give scarf. Become Uisce. Turn into thunder. Enter. Two identical shadows fall on the disc. The mist above parts, and a cone of blinding light envelops us. I feel myself rising into the air, then the light fades. The velvety blackness feels infinitely vast. Rub ring with scarf. Bright sparkles hang in the air for a second. Then a shiver of blue light inflames a fair sword suspended in the air. A clear, cold voice throbs through the tower. It is the sword who speaks. Who is my owner? Okay. There is something missing. There has got to be something missing. A story. A plot. There's maps. There's I mean, okay. Main file downloads, releases, compilations, scanned instructions. Oh my gosh, I missed the instructions. Okay, hang on. I knew that there was something else. No. No, cancel. So it is 5,000 years ago in the west of England, then known as Abalan, and the inheritor of the civilization, riches, and magical knowledge of the mighty island continent of Caire, the legendary Atlantis of myth and legend. The country is ruled by the usurper Morven, or rather by the power behind the throne, her consort Lord Fear. The true heiress, Princess Maids, has been slain, but her closest friends have traveled through time itself to bring her back to life in the form of her reincarnation, a shy, retiring schoolgirl known as Petra Stone. Before Petra can become Mayana, she must drink from the cup of memory on the sacred mountain. For then and only then can the princess's alter ego be reborn. Only then can Silverwolf be reborn. Only then, aided by the enchanted sword, which is presently hidden in the Great Lake Island. Enchanted sword, owned by Silverwolf. Oh. Only then can Silverwolf be reborn. The group of friends splits into two smaller parties. Thunder and Uisce seek the sword, whilst Rahiyana and Whirlwind take Petra to the sacred mountain. However, all is not that simple because the unholy swarm are hard on their heels and Lord Fear has given orders that they must be stopped at all costs. So both parties must caution haste with vigilance and ensure that they avoid the unholy swarm at all times. So we can become any of the four characters and the different ability become, there's that verb, and the different abilities of four characters will enable the player to make progress throughout the game. Each character's abilities will be called to good use at different times, so choose which one to play wisely. So we have Thunder. She stands over 7 foot tall and possesses astonishing strength. She is gentle and good-humored, but totally untiring in battle. And Uisce is an imp, an elfin shape changer who can take on the form of any living thing. She's pert, lively, and exceedingly quick thinking. So turn into a squirrel. Come with me or stay here. Simply type in whatever it is you want to say. You don't need to hit save. Oh my gosh. Okay. This is what I was saying about needing needing information and missing information. But that's fine. We now have that information. Okay. So with that information, who is the owner of the sword? Silverwolf. A clear, cold voice throbs through the tower. It is the sword who speaks. And what is her name? The original name of Silverwolf is Mayana. And what is she called? I'm going to double check this, but I think it's Petra. Silence. The sword awaits its answer still. So Petra Stone. Deliver me then to her. The sword leaps to my hand. A cone of light surrounds us, and through the sound of rushing wind and water, we are lifted to the far shore of the lake. The end of part 1. Would you like to try again? With one deep breath. No, I don't. I don't think I'm going to get all the way through. There is a part 2. I don't know if I'm going to get all the way through it. I need to take a brief streamer break. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run a couple more of those RTE archives, and then we'll take a look at those other people. Really quickly, let's look at the skills for the other noob. Let's take a look at the skills for the other users. So, Rahiyana is an archer who can shoot her bow. She invokes the lightning by means of the cry Haya Dyanna. And then Whirlwind is a young girl with uncanny speed of foot. She can outrace a galloping horse, and her speed makes her extremely dangerous in a short sword fight. She is emotional and impetuous. Fascinating. So, fighting through that, that was part 1 of Silverwolf. So I have thoughts. The biggest one is that, boy, it would have been useful to actually read the dang instructions that were available to me. But even with that, it didn't actually help that much until the end. And understanding the become and turn into mechanic. So there were examples of like big no-nos for me, which is like repeated actions that create different things. So like the finding the niche with the moths. Some stuff you can't really help. I mean, the lack of synonyms and things like that. This is a 1987, Spectrum 48K game. This isn't even like what was top of the line for a Spectrum. So stuff like that I'm okay with. I really hate the bend bars. I get that Thunder is super strong, but give me some hint. And it definitely has the of the era, like ZX Spectrum. Would you like to try again? No. Okay. It definitely has the ZX Spectrum, like running out of steam at the end. Some of that was like pretty hard to understand. All that being said, it was fun. It was cool. So the big question that I had with this was, what does the like framing of this game, because the framing of this game is that it's like this, slightly like related to female separatists, related to like a lot of different aspects of culture and things like that, which I think is neat. But like I feel like this is separate from that, and very separate from that. So I want to check out Silverwolf Part 2 at least a little bit. It does look smaller as I'm looking at a map for it. So maybe we can, with the knowledge that we have gained from Silverwolf Part 1, speed through it maybe. On the other hand, there's one more game I want to check out by them that is more specifically about like their whole deal. So I don't know. All that to say, I'm gonna take a 5-minute break. I deserve one. We're gonna hop over to here and we'll just pop through a couple more of these RTE not documentaries, but just clips from various shows.
The little Donegal fishing village of Burtonport has a quite profound ability to attract the unusual. Remember how the sect known as the Screamers occupied this house and raised many's the eyebrow with their antics of the 70s. Well, early this year, new tenants moved in. They called themselves the Rhenish community, and when we visited them in January, they talked of the Matriarchal society they wished to set up. They believe God is a woman, and they have a 4-foot statue to honour her in their garden. That time we called, there was a male member among the community. He has since left, and the women, or maids as they call themselves, have changed a little too, as we discovered last week.
In this room here, we're going to be opening a craft shop and tea rooms. We felt that there was very little opportunity in the village for people to have a civilised cup of tea, as it were, because there just wasn't that facility available. And so we'll be doing farmhouse lunches with the help of our cow and our chickens. We'll be producing fresh salads from the garden and that sort of thing.
There is very definite evidence to support such aspirations. In fact, work in the Wren's craft shop is proceeding at an extraordinary rate. The tea room and lunch service is to be extended to include the offer of bed and breakfast. And all of those who come here in search of food and lodgings will surely be impressed by the religious devotion of this unusual community.
When we clear the gardens, we're not clearing the gardens and making that room look nice so that we can make money. It's like that everything we do is because we love God and she's the centre of our lives. So that when we're working, we chant her name, we sing songs to her. And far across the sea doth the tyrant ruler slay, we have no rain but share. Hi, hi, Renya, hi, 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 hey. Hi, hi, Renya, hi, we have no rain but share. King Mida was a wicked man was he. King Mida was a wicked man was he. As tall as thread and twist the seas as broad as an oak tree.
Now, Sister Brecca and her colleagues recognise there are difficulties in attracting a male to live in this community in the long term, but it's not a problem they're too worried about. They think they'll eventually overcome it.
Men are used to a position of privilege and power in patriarchal society, and when they come here, it's a different order of things, and they're looked after with loving kindness, and everything is
has the potential to be very harmonious and gentle and loving, but they do find it a little difficult, and so we're just spending this time building up our community with Maids, but that will change in the future.
All of them are strangers. They came to Burton Port in West Donegal 2 months ago. New faces with faith in ancient traditions. Their last base was in a smallish Yorkshire town, but it's here, next door to the raw Atlantic, they plan to establish their village. It's to be a sanctuary from the modern world. All but one of this advanced party are female. They reject the term woman. Instead they use maid. Man is an acceptable phrase, but the role he has played in most civilizations over hundreds of years has no place in this community. It's spurned as heresy.
We are Wrens. The Wrenish tradition is the most ancient religious and cultural tradition in these islands, that is to say in Britain and in Ireland. And we worship God as the Mother, and everything we do is centred around that worship. And by everything we do, we mean not only our acts of worship, but also the crafts we practice, the work of all kinds that we do, or songs or stories. Everything is part of that tradition.
Long, long ago, when the world was younger than it is now, but not so young as it had been before at Timas.
Within this large old building by the sea, music and storytelling are now daily occurrences. The language is rich and strange. It's the Wrenish tongue, dating back to the 14th century. The musical instruments of the Wrens are all handmade by community members. Such skills are encouraged. Since coming to Burton Port, the clogmaker among the 8 has been busy. Members wear these, but soon they'll be sold to the public. So too will other works such as this cloth, the embroidery on which depicts an important Wrenish belief in the tree of life. Within this house one finds no electricity or no modern appliances. Though united as a community, the Wrens of Burton Port come from different backgrounds. The youngest member lived a cloistered existence once among a southern English community like this. Another made her living as a university lecturer for a time. Now they pray together in this new centre, once the home of the Screamers, called Atlantis. Cut off from the outside world, the Wrens lead a simple existence of work and prayer. More members from Yorkshire are due to arrive before Christmas. They've rechristened Atlantis under Bio, the Bridge of Life. Already they're working on the lands attached to it. In keeping with their pursuit of self-sufficiency, they plan to grow their own crops. So far, this new community in Burton Port, which prays a lot and mixes precious little, has a harmonious relationship with the local community. Sister Angelina, for the time being, is the group's spokesperson and spiritual leader. Because of this spiritual role, she could not show her full face to the camera. For all their friendliness, these new settlers aren't quite what you expect to find in a Donegal fishing village. Nevertheless, the Wrens express a willingness to share this life. Their invitation to participate in this matriarchal society, which worships Mary the Mother and her daughter Inanna, is open to men as well as women.
Cool. So that, like, that's the other kind of half of this. So I was going backwards in time a little bit. That's like the things that came directly before this. My understanding is that all of this is related. So like we have the Wrens who to a degree turned into the Silver Sisterhood, which then became St. Bride's School, which then became these Victorian romantics, which we then went forward. You can do research on what they were doing after that in the 90s and things like that. And I just don't know. It's all related, but it's also all kind of separated out, and they're exploring different aspects of this, I feel. That's at least how I view it, maybe. But I think that that's okay. It's really, I think, interesting. I think it's you know, all part of that kind of like what's the word I'm looking for, like weird commune kind of thing. I also find it really, really interesting. So this was mentioned in one of the videos, but one of the videos mentioned that likely the head of the Wrens was trans, in much worse wording. I think it's interesting. It's very interesting where this is coming from creatively. I think it's even more interesting that it's not really coming through in the game itself. So speaking of the game, we have part 2. The Sacred Mountain. So now we've learned a lot. We've learned who these people are. We have both Whirlwind and Petra. Petra is to become the Silverwolf, but we have to make that happen. We've done our part in the first part. We now have a second part. It seems like the second part is shorter. Let's find out. So, we are... I am pulling up the walkthrough just in case. I'm not doing this without a walkthrough. Yeah, the second half seems significantly shorter. No, that's That's all the wrong game. Do-do. Yeah, second half seems a little shorter. We'll find out. So we're in the forest. The mossy bridle path winds between ancient oaks and beeches. Through the shadowed trunks can be seen at intervals wandering herds of deer or wild cattle. Whirlwind and Petra are with me. We are riding south. So interesting. Okay, so there's 3 characters with this, I guess. Whirlwind and Petra are with me. I am not Whirlwind or Petra. I'm kind of interested in that. So if we examine the oaks, what if we go north? North is the lakeside where we left the others. Our path lies south. We must stay on the paths. It is easy and dangerous to get lost in the forest. So yeah, so let's go south. We're in the Bluebell path. Sheets of bluebells spill onto the path. In the woods on either side, they can be seen meandering through the trees like water. A side path leads west. Whirlwind and Petra are with me. So, side path leading west, the pool. Beside a still pool fringed with slender silver birches, paths lead north and east through the forest. So let's look at this pool. The pool reflects the delicate tracery of the spring foliage. So to remind myself, Rahiyana is not Petra. So I am Rahiyana. Petra is with me and Whirlwind is with me. So the 3 of us are there. So I am Rahiyana. I am an archer. I can use Haya Dyanna, which I'm just going to write down. Or maybe Haya Dyanna. And Whirlwind is fast and can use her sword. Okay. Petra, it doesn't have anything for. Petra can't do anything. That's fine. So inventory, I have with me the bow Almain. Almain is a golden bow of unearthly manufacture. It fires not common wooden arrows, but bolts of pure light. So become Whirlwind. I have done that. What do I have? I have with me the sword Douglas. Exam X word. It's a slender bronze sword of the finest temper. Become Petra. Petra is a non-player character in this game. Fine. Okay. So I want to go back to become Rahi. Oops. Become Rahi. Become Rahiyana. There we go. Maybe it's 5 letters, not 4. Yes, I have done that. Okay. So we can go, I believe, north and east, or north and west. North and east. So let's go north. The Wrath. A picket fence surrounds a semicircle of partly scorched grass. Before a cave opening in the side with of a grassy hill. So examine the circle. Examine the grass. Examine the hill. Enter cave. 2 hot flames gush from the mouth of the cave, preventing my entry. Okay. We need to come back to this cave with something to quench flames or shield flames. So south, east, south. So we're at a river. Here, a river languidly crosses the path. Beside it, a tent of scarlet and silver is set up. From the bright tent, an armored and helmeted warrior emerges, issuing a challenge of combat. Whirlwind and Petra are with me. Become Whirlwind. Fight. Accepting the challenge, I fight a desperate battle against the warrior. My sword clashes without apparent effect against the body of the armor. Fortunately, the warrior is far too slow to touch me at all. I pause to consider my strategy. Haya Dyanna. A beam of pure light descends from the heavens, transforming me into the legendary Golden Archer. Okay. Fire. As I bend the bow, an arrow of light appears. It shoots into the air, but is harmlessly reflected from the armor's polished surface. I see. What about Dazzle? Nope. So we're in the middle of a fight. I can see a belligerent warrior. Oh, okay. Become Whirlwind. What happens if we fight again? Examine the warrior. The bright armor completely obscures the warrior's form and features. So what do we have around? The bright armor. There's a tent of scarlet and silver. The striped canvas makes a brave show of color against the cool greens and blues of the spring trees and flowing river. Break tent? Enter tent. The warrior refuses to let any pass who have not proved themselves in combat. Attack tent. Accepting the challenge. Nope, that's attack again. Okay. Become fire at tent. As I bend the bow. No. What am I not understanding? And that's what I'm hoping it just is. So, examine the warrior. Can I examine the armor? It gleams in the sunlight. Hit armor. As I bend... Nope, that's the wrong person. Become Whirlwind. Hit armor. Interesting. So again, I'm not totally sure. There's no hint here. Aim? Hit head. Douglas knocks the helmet into the river, and I recoil in horror as a thick green sinuous serpent issues from the headless armor. So where does the head come in? There's nothing to remark upon. So I think I defeated... I can see a great serpent and an empty suit of armor. So, switch. Nope. Become... As I bend the bow, an arrow of light appears. It shoots into the air and strikes its target. Writhing and shuddering, the serpent is transformed into a tiny worm, which burrows into the ground and disappears. The metal crumbles to dust at my touch. So, how are you... I guess just guessing that you're supposed to hit the head? This has been the problem that I've had a number of times, that I'm going to bring up in sort of discussions about this game. But, like, how are you supposed to guess that? What am I missing? What am I missing? And I don't understand. Enter tent. The sunlight glows through the translucent folds of canvas. I can see a bone knife and a scroll of parchment. Get scroll. Read scroll. I'm no clerk. Become Whirlwind. Ask for scroll. Read scroll. I am no clerk. Okay, that's fine. Get bone. What is the other thing? Bone knife. Get knife. Examine scroll. Oh my gosh. Examine scroll. The scroll is covered with scratchy writing. The bottom edge is rough, as though torn. One edge is razor sharp and serrated. Okay. So we can leave. That's fine. That's a thing we can do. So we can go south to the chalk path. A white path runs south through a thin scattering of trees, a faint buzzing, as of swarming insects, sounds in the still air. Almost immediately I come to the riverbank. The river curves in a great loop here. I return to the path. So we keep going south. The Barrow. A green mountain edged with a ring of white chalk dominates the flat landscape. Wreaths of living flowers grow on the side of the mound, and a doorway of gilded and engraved rock forms an entrance. Rahiyana and Petra are with me. Examine the flowers. The sky darkens as a horde of human-like insects descends towards us. The horses scream and bolt, leaving us stranded in the midst of the deadly storm. Become Rahiyana. Fire. The arrow of light keep the swarm at bay, but do not drive them away. Enter. Doorway. Under the mound, the cold stone passage forks east and west. As we take shelter inside the barrow, the swarm throng the doorway. However, they are unable to enter the holy place. Well, east. In a deep central pit covered by a latticework of stone burns an eternal flame in honor of the dead. Examine the flame. There's nothing to remark upon. Examine. Examine the pit. Enter pit. Enter pit. Down. Up. Left. I don't know what L did. Oh, L is look. Duh. What is R? R might be refresh. Interesting. Okay, so we have a pit there. What about to the west? It's a burial chamber. On flat stones lie the perfectly preserved remains of an honored queen and her retinue. Whirlwind and Petra are with me. Examine the queen. The queen lies between two warriors. The bodies rest in stately peace. The silver sword of one of the warriors points towards a boss on the ceiling. The boss is an artificial rounded protuberance just within reach of my hand. Get boss. Take boss. Pull boss. I hear a creaking and a grinding noise somewhere nearby. The warrior's sword is still as bright on the day it was forged in the silver smitheries of Kyrie. I cannot do that. Okay, so if we go east now, I bet something's open. Aha! In a deep central pit covered by a latticework of stone burns an eternal flame in honor of the blessed dead. A section of the paved floor has slid aside, revealing a gaping hole. Petra hangs back, afraid of the dark. I order Whirlwind to wait here while I proceed alone. It is too dark to see anything. Draw bow. As I bend the bow, an arrow of light appears. I keep the bow drawn, letting the arrow light the darkness. The straight tunnel leads north and south, its white walls smooth and unmarred by moss or lichen. Let's go north. A square of light reveals a trapdoor. Open door. That is not possible for me. Interesting. Okay. What if we go south? Trapdoor. The tunnel continues. At length, the tunnel slopes upward and a circlet of daylight appears ahead. Yes. We're in the hummock. A small and artificial hummock echoing the shape of the Great Mound marks the end of the underground tunnel. A well-trodden path leads west through a walled town and east through the trees. The arrow of light fades. Well, let's go into the trees. A goose girl! A veil of sparkling water falls from on high, down among the rocks of crystal in the middle of the forest. I can see a goose girl and her flock. Examine the goose. The geese flap their wings and hiss scornfully. Talk. I enjoy a pleasant chat with the goose girl. Ask girl about swarm. Okay. A goose girl. Okay. Examine crystal? Examine rocks? Interesting. So there's a goose girl. And a boar gate. The gate of the tiny room is painted with the head of a boar, showing it is the home of a powerful priestess. 2 guards stand outside. As we approach, a hooded rider gallops up behind us. Draw a bow. There is no present need to shoot. Examine the guard. I can see nothing of particular interest. Let's look again. I can see a hooded rider. Suddenly, a cry of outrage makes me spin around. The rider has snatched up Petra and is heading north. I'm too slow. The horse is already among the swarm. Wow. An ending. Interesting. Whew, boy. All right, let's take one more crack at this. I think after 4 hours, my brain's fried. This is deep. This is really deep. Deeper than I expected. I don't know if I would say that it's particularly enjoyable, is the thing. But that's me. And that's maybe my 2025 sympathies and things like that. And I wish it weren't. So it says exam tree. Yeah. I also think that, like, and I've said this before, that, like, trying to complete these games in one sitting is a fool's errand. They were not designed to do that. And definitely not 2 games. Yeah, it's head, and I don't know why. Alright, and then fire. Get knife. Get parchment. Out. South. We'll leave the armor. A faint buzzing as if the swarming of insects sounds in the still air. Let's like just try to race south. A green mound edged with a ring of white chalk dominates the flat landscape. Wreaths of living flowers grow on the side of the mound, and a doorway of gilded and engraved rock forms an entrance. The swarm have us surrounded. So you can definitely lose a lot more in part 2. I think we can leave it at this, that part 2 exists and is much more action based. I don't want to just walk around and just like straight up follow this this walkthrough. Suffice it to say, there's a dragon. There's all sorts of things. And I think this is really interesting. Yeah, it says read scroll, but nobody can read it. Ugh. Yeah, I think I'm fried. Thank you all for hanging out. I know it's a little bit of a weird day, and a weird time. This was a really interesting stream. This was a really interesting set of games with like, I think a much more interesting like surrounding than necessarily the main thing. I think the games are really high quality. And I'm excited to, when I'm fresher, keep them on the back burner to check them out. So, all that being said, again, thank you so much for hanging out. It is not easy to do these kinds of games. It's, I think, not easy to check this kind of stuff out. So I think it's cool. And I think it's really important to realize that there were so many little weird cul-de-sacs of the world. And I think it's important to consider those cul-de-sacs and creative groups and things like that. And realize that like everything kind of contains weird multitudes. And sometimes those multitudes are making, you know, kind of impressive computer games. Actually, one more thing, because I want to see if there's credits. Because there weren't in the last one. Nope. Okay. That's fine. I think it'd be cool if we rated Marxicist. She's really cool. She's playing Phantasy Star Online. Her name's Jane. But yeah. Thank you for hanging out. I'm going to do one more stream probably this week to finish up stuff from Shuffle Comp. This was kind of sneaking one in because I was feeling up to it. So we've got another roulette stream, which I'm really excited about, and who knows from there? Maybe more retro stuff, maybe more modern stuff. All right, but either way, we'll see you next time. Thanks so much for hanging out. Toodles.